Okay, we're about to go on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and pull off the video.
Okay.
And if you want to, you're more than welcome to. I figure until we get started, might not be a bad idea.
Okay.
Okay. We're live on YouTube now. On the left-hand side, down at the lower left, you see where it says start, stop video? Okay, good deal.
What's going on?
Gene's coming in.
What are my people? I don't see you anymore.
Yeah, I came off of the video. I turned it off. Yeah, while we're live, but we're waiting for everybody to come in, I just turned myself off. And Jean's come. Jean should be in. However, I think she's muted at this point. Where's that feedback coming from?
Okay. This is Donna. Gary, sorry about you. I didn't have your number. I saw, this one was, okay.
Hey, Jean.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good.
Got you coming in loud and clear.
Okay, good. I can get where I'm looking straight in it.
What's that? Oh, Randy's calling in. Let me bug out for just a second.
All right, go right ahead.
We are live on YouTube, but I'm waiting for
Okay.
everything else to come in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, let's see now. Hey, Kevin, I need help. Can you put my agenda over on this screen and let me do over here? Okay. Which one? Where? This one? Okay. Okay. Oops. I can't type with this thing on. This one?
Extend these displays. Keep changes. So you want that one to have the.
I need them to know that I'm looking at them. So this is the one that shows me looking at them. Uh-huh.
Exit that. Chrome. Is that where you're getting the agenda from?
I gotta find it. I don't think this is all of it. I think this is just one.
That's gonna be on Chrome anyway.
Yeah.
Just
I think
gonna be in the gray area.
I take it out of my email.
All you gotta do is drag Chrome over to this computer. You gotta go.
Hey, Sheila.
You just grab in the gray area.
Sheila, you're muted.
Just drag it over. Over here, Jim. Look over here.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Sheila.
Drag it up here. Keep going, keep going, keep going to like a. Yeah, big box.
Okay.
Here's Tim. Hey, Tim.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
That's just one of those things. So I can get
Just
out of it.
wherever you want to.
Any idea where that feedback's coming from?
Not sure.
Okay.
It went away, Mark. Where was it?
It did. I think Tim may have it.
What about now? You getting that, Mark?
You've got, Tim, you've got some pretty significant background noise that's coming through as feedback.
I don't know what it could be. I shut up in a room by myself. I don't think I hear the air conditioner.
I think that's probably what it is then, is the AC.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Randy. Hey, Gary.
Hello, Jim.
What's up?
Another day.
I can't hear anything. Evidently, my headset's messed up.
Gene, can you hear us? You're muted. Can't hear.
No, I'm not using Real Tech.
Gene, you should be able to go down to the bottom left-hand part of the Zoom screen
I can't hear anything, guys.
and unmute.
I've got to get this thing changed from Real Tech to my headset to my earbuds.
Okay.
Can you hear me now, Jim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I can hear Randy.
I can hear Randy too.
She can't hear us.
You can't hear anything.
Yeah, this may not work after all. There we go, there we go, there we go. If I don't have to do anything else, I should be okay. Yes, so right now I am. Let's see, who's not here yet? There's Brian, okay,
I think all the commissioners are here.
very good. All right. If
Need-
if
need to give-
everybody,
We need to give Randy a second to get her audio
Okay.
squared away.
okay,
Mark, are you in the office?
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Last time it gave me an option on here to use my earbuds. Now all I'm finding is a Realtek, audio for headphones, and
You have
all I
audio
hear static through my
Randy,
audio now?
stuff.
Randy, are you plugging in through the dongle? Can you hear now? Randy?
I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Let me see if I can call her.
Tim, looks like you're, oh, Tim's on mute, never mind.
I got it on mute, Jane.
Okay,
He said,
You
I
look
got
like
feedback.
you look like you're the mayor today.
Well, you don't need to see the background. So I'm working. My desk don't look like Josh. He is nice and neat.
Oh, listen, my I got to do something about cleaning up my office, my desk, and the credenza and all.
Well, don't do anything rash.
Well, it would take a good month to do something rash around here.
I hear you.
Mm. I don't know if this is going to work for me or not. There we go. Are we hearing 1182 Calhoun Street today?
Yes, we are.
Okay. It is bolded in the purple like the deferred items are. And that's why I didn't think it was deferred again. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we've got a lot of folks that have either that will sign up or have sent in emails.
Yeah, I read a lot of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Has he got his parking issues resolved?
No, the church that he was hoping to work with didn't want to play ball, so he's looking for other options right now. He'd like just to use the street parking, the curbside parking. But I think he's got room on the site itself that he could park in the back.
Yeah, that's what I had observed anyway, that he has
Yeah.
plenty of room for parking.
Yeah,
It's just
just unimproved, it's
not
just
improved
you
as a
know,
parking lot.
yeah, which, I mean, he wouldn't even need to do much. I mean, just cut a little curb on, little driveway on the curb, and
Does he have to get city approval to do that?
he would, yeah,
Surely they would let him.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Randy, are you with us yet? You're muted.
Can you hear us now? Randy? There
Oh,
she
I can
comes.
hear her.
Say something, Randy.
Mark, you able to help Randy?
I've called, it went to
Can you hear me,
voicemail.
Jim?
I can hear it by,
I know, can you hear me though?
I
Yeah.
can
Now
hear
we
you.
can.
Yes,
Through the
There she
headset?
is.
I can hear you.
I can't hear them, but I don't know what's going on with it.
I can hear you.
Jim, that's
Yeah.
1182
Can't
Calhoun.
hear sound.
Yeah, it is.
I guess this is what being deaf is like.
He's got about almost a half an acre there.
Yeah, he does.
And there's plenty on the Hazel Street side space for parking.
Yeah, he's got the property, the area behind the building that would provide enough space to have parking. And the church's parking lot comes down and it's been improved
Yeah.
towards the back, but he still has enough land in there to utilize.
Maybe if he gets open and makes a little money, he could improve his
Can't
parking.
hear a sound.
Yeah.
Sound control. Headphones.
I mean, he's going to do a lot of catering business
Guys.
in
I can't
addition,
hear
right?
anything. I
Yeah,
can't, I can't hear it through the
Got enough,
Randy
regular.
says she can't hear anything.
I can't hear it through just regular. I can't hear it with the speaker, with the headphones plugged in.
Randy, Sheila, why don't you ask Randy if she can go back to her office?
Jim said, can you go back to your office?
Sure.
Just you try.
I'll try.
Well, Commissioners, y'all want to go ahead and get started and while Randy gets her situation figured out.
Okay, then I'm going to open this pre-meeting March 8th at 12:43. Jim, what we got on the agenda today?
Okay, I've got a couple of resolutions we need to adopt, and then I'll go over the agenda items. I think I sent these out to you guys Friday. And the first one is R21-006. This is a resolution authorizing me as the executive director to sign on behalf of the Planning Commission, P&Z Commission, the appropriate assurance forms that we have to do as part of the grant application for our federal planning funds through FTA. This is a yearly thing we have to do, and it's just part of their application process. So by adopting this resolution, you're giving me the authorization to sign the application, basically.
Every year she gets part of that. And then last night, they got back on there and said, "We're so sorry, folks, but we gave you the wrong."
that was Gary's background noise. I had to mute him down.
Okay. That
Thank
would've been-
you.
That would have been Bob.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion that we approve this authorization for our executive director?
It's R21-006.
R21-006. 21-006. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, I like second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the R21-006 resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next resolution is a resolution of appreciation for Ashok. This is R21-007. I sent it out Friday, and the plan is for y'all to adopt this, and then before we get it signed, we'll have it on a new form that's really nice and polished up. So, and then we'll have him come to a hearing, and we can present it and read it to him. So, so if we could go ahead and adopt this in its current form, then we can change it before we get it signed.
All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution giving appreciation to Ashok Patel for his service to the position. R21-007. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried.
Okay. The agenda today, we've got a lot of changes. We've got two of them have been moved to.
Who is that?
That's Randy, I believe.
She must have gone somewhere else. Okay, go ahead.
So we've got two that we've moved to ratification. That's number one on Monroe Street, a C of A, to rehab some structures. That's been moved to ratification. And then item number 4 on Thomaston Road. This is variance for some directional signs at John Wesley Villas. We've moved that to ratification. And then we had item 6 and 7 is Peak Road, conditional use and a variance for a 60-unit restricted age multifamily complex. We've deferred that at the applicant's request to the next hearing, which is March 22nd. So that's number 6 and 7. And then the items number 9 and 10, which is 320 and some other numbers on Hydrolia Street and Main Street, a conditional use and a C of A for that shopping center. That has been deferred to the April 12th hearing at the applicant's request. So we've had a lot of interest in those two, and Channel 13 did a report this weekend, and they got the facts a little confused about the hearing date. So there may be some folks show up today that will want to speak on this, but hopefully we're trying to screen them out so that we don't waste their time and your time.
Okay.
So the first two items are together. This is on 1485 Wesleyan Drive. This is a rezoning and a conditional use. This is for an expansion to the villages on Wesleyan, this retirement, assisted living development. And let me see if I can share my screen. Since Randy's not there, let's see.
This is to all be independent living. Is that not correct?
Right, yeah, yeah.
Can you share it? Can you share now?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me get out of that, okay.
Jim, while you're looking, I have a question.
Okay.
They're looking at the Google map and being familiar with that area there. It's right in that curve. Where would the entrance be?
Okay.
That's a tough curve right there.
It is. Can y'all see my screen now?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Pardon me while I scroll down to the site plan. There'll be a driveway onto a new driveway onto Wesleyan. Let me zoom out so you can see it. Yeah. So there's a new driveway here. And then they're going to make a connection to the existing development that's just to the north, the current one. So they'll have an additional way in and out with the new driveway here. And as far as site distance, I think they worked out the best location, given that that's both a horizontal and a vertical curve there. Of course, we'll have to work that out totally with the traffic engineer to get the final details done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So it's about 27 acres and it's adjacent to the existing development. And they want to rezone to PDR so they can do 50 more units, and it'll be the same kind of architecture, the same type of development. We didn't see any issues with this. We've got a couple of site plan things that we would require eventually, and you've got a new housing development just south of it that we would require some buffers and some screens there. They've got, this is a detention pond right here. And so that area will be totally cleared. And so you've got these homes here that are being developed. And I think most of these lots here have been built out. So we would need some kind of, buffer requirement adjacent to those property lines. They're going to hold back about 7.5 acres in the rear for future expansion. There's a creek right here that kind of divides it. So they don't want to have to go the trouble of crossing that creek at this time. So, but we didn't see any issues with this per se. Any questions on that one?
No.
Okay.
Not for me.
All right. So that's 4 and 5. The next one is Cochran Field. Yeah.
Jim, just one thing to consider, the neighborhood below that's basically being developed is being developed in part by the son of the owner of that parcel above.
Okay, well,
I know that there'll be some cooperation in terms of whatever's necessary to buffer off that development.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, if the existing development up at the assisted living and the independent living is any indication, it will be a very nice facility.
Yeah, it'd be well done.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be a good neighbor. I mean, they run a nice operation and it's well designed.
But it's going to put more pressure on that intersection up there to deal with it in terms of traffic.
Yeah, Bowman and West.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I tried when I was on the.
Go ahead, Gary.
I tried when I was on the commission to do something at that intersection, and there were plans drawn up for either a traffic circle or a light, but at this point, nothing's been done.
Right.
But it needs to be. It
needs to be in a big way. And last time I talked to Nigel, they were looking at a roundabout there I think they have enough room to make that happen. So, but it's going to take a while to get it done.
I was told that was a state highway and they had control over it, and that the Bibb County couldn't do anything.
No, Wesleyan and Bowman are local roads, so
yeah, they're both county roads.
Yeah,
that's not
it's not a state designated road.
It's not. Yeah.
But on those two curbs, but the two southerly curbs parcels are both tight, so they're going to have to move the intersection some way to accommodate a traffic circle.
Yeah. And the other thing is it's not going to generate a lot of traffic. It would certainly add some, but and the report has those numbers in it. So, okay. But I think ultimately the county is going to have to do something at that intersection. There's just no question about that. Because even without this development, it's operating at a horrible level at peak hours.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can almost have to be backed up to Wesleyan Drive or Forest Hill Road.
Right. Okay, next item is number 5. This is a rezoning on at 6979 Cochran Field Road. This is the Industrial Authority. And this is, they're asking for M3 on property that's currently M1. And actually the authority is exempt from zoning since they're functioning basically as Bibb County. They've been given a special requirement. You know, they're part of Bibb County, so they're actually exempt. But they need to get M3 on this property so that it works best for their prospects that they hope to attract here. And the only issue that we saw was to the west, you had some property that is zoned R1 AAA across Industrial Highway. That property is not developed. It's been slow to develop. So the big question that y'all have is, you know, is this appropriate for an M3? The authority can, as long as they own the property, they don't need to come to us even for permits. So really the question is, do y'all think it's appropriate to be M3? Now, if you look in the report, I think we said maybe M2, and really the only difference between M2 and M3 is that in an M3, all the industrial uses are permitted use. In an M2, the same uses are allowed, but just as a conditional use. So M3 gives the authority the most flexibility, which makes it easier to attract prospects for their sites. And this is one of the last. It's a large tract, and there aren't many of those tracts left. So it's really important to the authority to get this in a position where it's easily marketed and they can attract some good industry. Now this will require some new rail. This will require some new rail leads, a spur off the existing rail that's out there. I think that's going to be a key point for them. We've not heard.
Is that part of the? Is that part of the proposal here? I didn't think I saw that.
No, what the drawing you have before you is probably not going to be the final layout, because these prospects, you know, they bring their requirements and basically do their own site planning, and then work with the authority on, you know, on those issues. So the site plan you got before you today it'll probably be developed differently than that. So the rail lead, the spur would come off the spur that's on the other side of Cochran Field and serve that site. So
and it would come across Cochran Field Road.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
1182 Calhoun Street. This is a revisit on this proposal. If you remember, we approved this use condition upon the applicant getting parking worked out with an adjacent church that had parking. And at the time, the applicant thought he could make that happen, but he was not able to acquire the rights to use that parking. So we couldn't issue the permit. So he's come back asking us to revise that requirement. Now, what he's proposing basically is to use existing parking that's, you know, the curbside parking on the local streets there. Which, I mean, as far as the zoning requirements, you can't count that as to meet their on-site parking. Now, the reality is people are going to use the on-street parking, you know, if it's vacant, they're going to use it. But there's room on the site, I believe, to the rear of the building that would give him enough land to provide the necessary parking. It's going to be a kind of a multi-use thing. They're going to have a restaurant, they're going to have a little event center, and they're going to cater from there as well. And I think also he changed his hours of operation. I I'm sitting here yapping. I hadn't called up a plan yet. Okay, yeah. Okay. So you can see these are the two buildings here, and he's got space back here for parking, and he has more space up here. There are trees up here though, and this image doesn't show, but the parking lot for the new church up here to the north has extended down here. So other than the change of hours of operation and the parking issue, it's not changed from his last approval.
And what's the change in the hours?
The hours, let's see, I think it goes further into the evening because I think originally, yeah, there, let's see.
Okay, there we go.
Operate Tuesday through Thursday from 11:30 to 9 p.m. and 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And before it was more of a lunch setting.
Okay.
Oh,
Anything
yes,
else?
okay. No, that's all I've got, unless y'all have questions.
Anybody got questions?
Yeah, so
Jim, you have about 7 people out front, outside for Calhoun Street.
Right, we have a lot of interest in this, both for and against, and we sent out the email that we received. Y'all should have gotten those Friday or Saturday, and then we set up a laptop in the zone near my office so that folks that come to the office can log in and speak. So I think those are 7 folks that Sheila's talking about.
Okay. All right.
And so I guess as part of our issue, just he would need to get that area paved or do something for the parking.
Well, it's not required he pave it. I mean, it doesn't have to be improved. He can just park on grass. You know, he'd have to cut a little curb cut and but
He's got a curb cut on that side street, doesn't he?
Yeah, so it's a single lane. I think it's an old
driveway.
Driveway. Yeah.
Jim, question. Sometime back, my mind served me, if it's serving me correct, that the bear den that's around the corner were having some problem with people parking in the neighborhood. And I don't know, they went before the council. I think we were Macon City Council at the time. And there was some kind of resolution that they came to. Do you remember what it was and how they came to that resolution? I know they were parking in a park that was in the neighborhood.
Yeah, there was behind the Bears Den, there was this little triangular park that was actually a public space. They were parking in there, of course, and at the peak lunch hours, all the customers were parking on the street. I don't really recall what the final resolution with Bibb County was, or the city of Macon. I don't know what the final resolution was. I'm assuming that they basically require them to stay off the park, the public park. But as you know, you go by there now, I mean, customers still park all over the street. Now, we did approve a parking lot to the rear of the Bears Den, but it wasn't enough to solve all their parking needs.
The hours of operation, when you were reading them, those were from the old original stuff. The current proposed hours of operation are 7:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Oh, so I had it reversed. Okay, so they're only going for morning and lunch time.
Okay, so they're not having a dinner.
Right.
It's the way it sounds anyway. That was the letter, and that it would be lunch. Originally it was Tuesday through Saturday for lunch and dinner. Now it looks like it's breakfast and lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're saying that that should be, should help to offset some of the issues with on-street parking, et cetera, to the impact to the neighborhood, because it'll be morning and lunch. And those shouldn't hit the same peak hours because everybody's at school and work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had it just reversed from that.
All right. Anybody got any questions? Comments? All right.
So will they
Go
will
ahead,
they
Kent.
relinquish the desire to have a beer wine bar, or will that stay?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
That was not mentioned in the letter, so that's a question that will need to be clarified during the meeting.
Well, if he's open on Saturday for lunch, and I would think he would want his beer.
I mean, I would think so, yeah.
I would figure that they probably still want that, but I don't know. It didn't specify one way or the other. And there, the only thing had to do with the hours of operation and their request because of the parking.
So what about the citation in the letter from my audit about the alcohol's proximity to the church? I know in our last meeting we said that law was not on the books anymore, but is it or is it not?
No, the separation requirements for beer and wine are different than for distilled spirits. So it doesn't. I don't think it applies for beer and wine.
Okay.
Gene, you're muted.
Hey, Jim, one more thing. I'm assuming since this is a conditional use, the revision to the hours precludes him shifting to dinner service without coming before the commission again, right? I mean, that's just a option he would lose.
Right. Yeah, if he changes his hours and then, a couple of years wants to go back and serve a full, dinner thing, then he's got to come back to, if y'all make that a condition, he's going to come back and change that. Yeah. Okay, I think we lost Gene.
Oops. It said unmute, so I unmuted.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you were muted, so I didn't know whether you.
I didn't mean to mute.
Okay. Well, that's all I had, Gene.
Okay. Anybody got any other comments? Every time I say that, then somebody pops up. All right, we're going to do this again.
All right, yes.
During the pre-meeting.
Yeah, just stay logged on and you can mute yourself and we'll see you in about 20 minutes, I guess.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Hey, Randy and Jim, I missed most of the pre-meeting except for the end. I don't know why. I thought y'all were starting at 1:30 and I looked again. I was like, anything major y'all were discussing?
Just what's on the agenda. We adopted a couple of resolutions. We adopted a resolution of appreciation for Ashok Patel.
Oh, good.
And a resolution that we have to do to authorize me to sign the application for our federal grants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nothing major there.
Nothing major.
And then the agenda items, we just went over the changes, and then we talked about the Wesleyan Drive project.
Okay. Is there any opposition to that? Do you know?
I don't believe we have any signed up for that.
Okay. Because I just came back from there and I noticed both with that and the Industrial Authority property out there by the airport that there appear to be existing homes on there. And I guess, I don't know if they will pursue buying them or they've already bought them.
I think they've already bought them.
Okay.
I know there are a couple holdouts, but I don't know which ones.
Okay.
And I think you heard Calhoun Street.
Yeah. Well, I caught the tail end of that.
Oh, okay. Well, we just explained that this is they approved it once before, and with conditions, and now the applicant can't meet the conditions, so he's trying to get that, changed.
Is that for the parking or?
Yeah, he had hoped the first time that he could work with the church that's adjacent to, share the parking, but that didn't work out. So he's got to come up with another plan.
Hey, Jim.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot we were going to talk about going back to live meetings.
Oh yeah. Well, we can.
Josh is still there. I can't tell if anybody else is still there or not.
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Gary's there.
Gary's.
Is Tim
Tim,
here?
are you there?
I am.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think everybody's here, Gene.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Brian,
I wanted to know what your thoughts were on going back to live meetings. Tim?
I speak first. This is trying to really get a feel of what we're doing, and communicating with each other, and I understand why we're doing it and the time we're in, but I think we were more productive than a live meeting. So as soon as we can, I think it'd be better.
Okay.
I don't know when,
Well,
but as soon as we can.
We would have to observe the CDC guidelines for these types of meetings. So, but I'm in favor of doing that because I think we have a better feel for and understanding of what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
Anybody else got any comments?
Gene, I'm in favor of it as well. I know the county commission has returned to live in-person meetings with observing the CDC guidelines. So if that's any indication, I would like for us to seriously consider it.
Okay.
So we would go back to what we did before we went on Zoom, and which we were meeting all of the CDC guidelines and the governor's executive orders and all that, which basically is, mask up, limit the folks in the room, and that sort of stuff, just like we did before we all went home.
Take temperatures.
Yeah. So we, we'll do all that, and I think we'll be fine.
Okay. I don't see Josh.
I'm still here.
What do you think, Josh?
I'm good to go back in person. I agree. I think it's,
right.
I mean, honestly, I wish we could do hybrid from here on, just because it seems to have been convenient for some people who can't get to the hearing in person. But in general, I think in person is more productive and easier for citizens to engage, which I think is important.
Yeah, that's we had Mark and I had that conversation about doing a hybrid, and we tried that a couple of times, and it was a disaster.
It sucks. It never works real well. It like with county commission or with us, it's so important to me that we do everything inconvenient for us to make it convenient for citizens, because this does not make a whole lot of sense to a lay person. and I don't know. But yeah, I agree. I've never seen hybrid work smoothly.
Yeah.
All right, Brian?
Gene, I think Brian's off for the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, do we need a motion for this, Jim, or can I just say?
No, you just need to let us know what you want us to do. We'll do it.
All right. I think the consensus here is that we go back to in person meetings and adhere to the CDC guidelines.
Okay, so the next hearing is the 22nd. So we'll start then. Is that
okay?
Okay,
that's fine with me.
Okay,
everybody okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
All right,
Okay.
I see Josh moving his head up and down, so even though he's on mute. And Tim, okay, very good.
We'll advertise that and make sure the word gets out of the protocol and all that, and we'll get it going again.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Jim.
Yeah.
If it seems like we're gonna have a crowd, a whole lot of participation, maybe I'll consider moving back to City Hall, whatever that, if we can anticipate a large crowd.
That's right. Yeah, we have that option. If we know we're gonna have a large crowd, we can do that. What we did at the conference room was we set up a one of those big TV screens out in the hall, out in the lobby, and so people could watch and hear what was going on, who didn't sign up to speak but could hear what was going on, and that helps some. It's because we were keeping the room down. I think it was 12 people. I think, which worked for most things, but a couple items, drew some fire. So in those cases, we could move up to City Hall.
Okay. All right. Very good. Progress. Thank you.
All right. So we'll see y'all in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Randy? Randy, can you hear me? Gene, can you hear me? Okay.
There we go.
Randy,
Yes,
you you've got the folks that have signed up to.
Greg has them.
Okay.
Are you talking about the overall list or the 1182
Yeah,
opposition?
well, the overall list.
I've got the overall list,
Okay, so
yes.
you know who's here and who's not.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna let you drive the boat.
Okay.
I took off my share feature, so.
Okay, let me get mine to the shared. It takes it a minute, sorry. Should be.
You're fine.
Just in a second.
They asked. Let them know that computer got to install soon. If there's a delay.
Yeah, okay.
Is that Greg?
Yeah, he said the computer has to install, is a delay.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Randy asked me, what did you say?
Why is there a delay?
Sheila,
I said, why is there a delay?
Yeah,
So is,
To install soon.
okay,
The computer is trying to install Zoom.
that's the one outside of Jim's office.
there's
Right.
Sheila.
Yes.
If you'll let Greg know, there's another computer in my office inside of the black box, and it was updated yesterday.
Mark said there's another computer inside his office inside a black box. He said, okay.
I never noticed what a pretty parking lot that is at that senior living
Yeah.
there on Forsyth Street. If there can be such a thing. It makes the whole block look nice. Jim, do you remember when Giles O'Neill first renovated these buildings on Monroe Street?
I do.
That's been a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
1982.
Yeah.
Wow. That has been a long time ago.
I only know that because Channel 24 had just started news. And I remember that was the first time I'd ever seen anybody from Channel 24 was on that story.
Oh, okay.
Well, I thought he did a real good job. And of course, he later sold them. And then over the years, they went to pot. But so I'm glad to see somebody get them and redo them again.
I mean, they're really historic buildings.
They are.
Yeah. As is the one across the street.
Yes. Isn't that offices now?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I don't know who's in there, but I was glad to see all those stay alive. Okay, guys, it's 1:32. What are we doing here?
Well, we need to get, make sure that we've got the computer for the public set up correctly. So we're going to need to wait a little bit until we can verify that.
Yeah, until that's confirmed.
Okay. Yeah, there they are.
Looks like the first thing we'll be hearing then is going to be the Wesleyan Drive stuff. So we'll
Yeah,
pull that up.
number 2 and 3 be the first ones.
Yeah. Who is going to speak? Do we know?
On that, we have Randy and we have Don Smith, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we had one person who had some concerns on that one.
Okay. And we still don't have anybody on the Cochran Field Road in opposition?
Nope.
Good.
And I have 3 people signed up for that one, as the applicant or representing the applicant.
Okay.
Wayne had some issues, so he may or may not make it. So I think Kevin Brown and Stephen Adams are signed up.
Okay. Kevin's been on since I got on.
Yeah.
Anybody here for what was I gonna add? How many do we have for the 182 Calhoun?
1182, yeah, we've got, we've got Will Stanford and Greg Fisher, the applicant. And then we've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in opposition and 1 person in favor.
Okay.
Those,
many
those
of
are those are the people that signed in. But
Yeah.
you got a ton of emails.
How many of those
in favor.
letters did we have?
Including the ones I forwarded this morning that I added to GP, you had 31 or either 32.
Okay. And the only ones I read were all in favor of it.
Those are all in favor.
Okay. Okay. Who's going to come on and tell us that we're ready to go? Is that going to be Mark?
Do we have,
Yeah.
is Greg up and running yet? We know?
Greg's up, waiting on Josh. I think we can go ahead and get started without Josh. I'm sure he'll join us in a few minutes. There he is.
I'm here. I just had
There
my
he is.
camera off, so we were ready to go.
Okay.
We're good to
Who's
go.
on the P&Z side down here? Is that Greg or Mark?
That's Greg.
Mark.
Oh,
that's-
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
Mark.
Greg is here.
Okay, there's.
Okay. Where is Tim and is Tim
They
on
are-
there?
I see Tim and I
Tim's-
see Gary.
Tim's
Okay.
here, Gary's here. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what about
Brian?
Yeah. Is Brian on
And
there?
Brian's on my phone, I believe.
He is.
Okay,
All
there
right,
he is.
there he is. Unmute, Brian.
I'm
There
good.
you go. Okay. Okay, I will open our meeting then. I want to welcome everyone to the March 8th, 2021 Macon-Bibb County Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Jim, you want to set the stage for this?
Sure. We've made some changes in today's agenda, so let me go through that quickly. We've got 2 items that we have recommended for ratification, and the commission will vote on these at the end of the hearing. The first one is Monroe Street at 672 Monroe Street. That's a certificate of appropriateness. That's item 1. And item number 4, a variance on Thomaston Road for some directional signs for the John Wesley Villas. That's been moved to ratification, so you won't hear a testimony on those. And then the 2 items at 7081 Peak Road North, a conditional use and a variance. This is for a restricted age multifamily complex. They've asked their item to be deferred by the staff until the next hearing, which is March 22nd. So we won't hear number 6 nor number 7 today. Then number 9 and 10, which is the project on Hydrolia Street, the shopping center on Hydrolia, a C of A and a conditional use. Those we've deferred at the request of the applicant, and they're scheduled to be heard on April the 12th. So we're going to hear items 2 and 3, 5 and 8.
Okay. All right. Who's up first?
We
First off-
have the 1485, 1491, 1511, 1521, 1610 Wesleyan Drive rezoning and the associated conditional use. And signed in to speak, I have Randy Griffin and Don Smith as applicant.
Okay.
And then I have a gentleman signed in with concerns, Jonathan Smith.
Okay.
So
All right, Randy and Don, can I see them?
I
Gina,
need to swear them in.
Yeah, that's what I'm,
Madam Chairman, I'm not seeing either of them at this point. They were, I'm sorry, Don Carter with Carter Engineering. Is that who we're?
Yes.
Okay.
yes. Don Smith was signed in, but it is Don Carter is the head of that.
See, I'm with Industrial Carter today. It was Stephen, but Don Smith and Randy, I think we're trying to log on under Carter.
there's an iPhone down there that's not identified.
Randy
Wayne
Griffin.
Johnson?
No, I I see Paul Griffin has signed in. Let's see.
Randy Griffin just signed in on iPhone.
Okay.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay. And who else? John Smith?
Yes, he's sitting with me.
Okay. All right. I hope you've had an opportunity to read the guidelines for our meeting via Zoom and concur with all that. And if you have them, we'll ask Sheila Burns to swear you both in.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right. Mr. Griffin, tell us about your project.
Okay, well, we're seeking to add 50 patio homes to our existing Cottages on Wesleyan community located at 1633 Wesleyan Drive. The first phase, we broke ground on the first phase, 45 patio homes in 1999. And in 2002, added a 31 suite assisted living residence. And so what we're proposing to do is increase the size of our existing community by adding 50 patio homes and a clubhouse. The project will include the 1,400 square foot patio homes, most of which will be in duplex format. That will have 2 bedrooms and a built-in garage. And then the clubhouse will be about 3,000 square feet, situated in the center of the proposed project. We're proposing to, assuming that we get a zoning approval and conditional use approval, we hope to break ground later this summer and start construction of the patio homes probably in early 2022, depending on how well the weather goes. The patio homes will be similar to what's there in the first phase, except we'll be adding larger front porches, which we found with our gables at Wolf Creek community over on Forsyth Road to be very popular with our residents. Cottages on Wesleyan has been an extremely successful project. Our patio homes stay nearly 100% leased all the time. And we have existing demand for additional units, and that's why we're hoping to expand.
Okay. Will this be age restricted?
The community is not age restricted. However, we market only to senior citizens. And because we don't have swimming pool, tennis court, so forth, and playgrounds, it isn't appealing to families.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions before we move forward?
Would the look and feel be like the exact same finishes and everything as the cottages now?
They're going to look more like the Gables homes because of the large front porches, but very similar in architecture.
Are these photos of the gables, or are these photos of the cottages, the existing cottages?
Pictures of the Gables units.
Okay. So this is what you're looking at that they're proposing the construction to be more like.
Right.
Randy, hey, it's Jim Thomas. What could you talk just for a second about the 7.5 acres at the rear? What plans you may have for that?
Jim, we don't have any plans for that at the moment. If you'll notice on the property, there's a creek that runs through there, and it's just not going to be economically feasible to cross that creek to add more units. There is a public access easement in Wesleyan Crossing.
Mm-hmm.
So and you also notice there's a very large power line easement that runs right through that parcel.
Right.
So we don't have any immediate plans or even near-term plans to do anything with that part of the property.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions before? Don, do you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I don't. I think Randy's described it very well.
Okay, all right, then we will hear from those who wanted, others that wanted to speak. Randy?
Jonathan Smith? Is Mr. Smith?
Hi, am I there?
Yeah, we see you.
Hey,
Sheila
this
will
is
need to
Jonathan.
swear them in.
Okay, I know. Mr. Smith, we're gonna need to get you sworn in. Sheila Burns will do that.
Sounds good.
Sheila?
Mr. Smith, do you solemnly swear that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm a resident of Brookford Road. So if that schematic that you've got pulled up there, that row that's on the bottom portion that kind of takes a turn of houses. So see where it says stormwater pond in the middle, and then you come down a little ways and there's kind of small writing all the way along. That's Brookford Road. That's the subdivision that backs the proposed construction. I have a few concerns related to changes in privacy and also in noise over the next however long it's going to take for this project to finish. And then the other thing I have concerns about is water. So you guys have indicated on here that you have a stormwater pond. What have you ascertained from any studies, or why is there a need for that pond when we have 2 additional ponds over here too? That may be part of the build, or is there a concern that there may be a problem with water? Because I already had water coming into my yard from that property as it stands, and I'm worried that there's going to be more water forced in my direction. So kind of 3 things: privacy, noise, and water. Those are my concerns.
All right, Randy and Don, can you answer those, please?
I'll address the privacy and noise issue or concern. These homes will be occupied by senior citizens, and they are about as quiet as you can get. Not a lot of traffic, not the same amount or volume of traffic that you would have if you were building for sale single-family homes on the property. There will be, undoubtedly, there'll be noise during construction, but once we're finished and totally landscaped, it'll be a very quiet neighbor for the Wesleyan Crossing neighbors. And I'll let Don address the stormwater detention.
Yes, anytime we do a development, we have to maintain the stormwater runoff rates to existing levels. What we typically try to do is actually be below that to restrict more water than currently runs off from the property. So the three stormwater ponds are there to collect the water, store it, and have a controlled release. Here in Bibb County, we're also required, beyond just detention, to also do some stormwater treatment in the form of channel protection and water quality. So these ponds also serve those functions beyond just storing for storm water. We have those located throughout the site property, as you see, because we're trying to collect it instead of having one large stormwater pond, collect it where it's most needed for the sort of the different pods, if you will, of development. And they all 3 will release into the existing drainage swells that are there on the property, and then ultimately be collected in the creek that kind of runs, that divides this development from that 7 acres that's further to the west. So again, these are intended to collect, store, and have a controlled release rate of water from the developed site.
Okay.
Do you anticipate the elevation? I don't read these kinds of things. Do you anticipate the elevation to be above or below the Brookford Road properties that line the back of the, right? Because currently there's a hill that goes up. And so the other question I have is, what about the transition into these backyards where there's fences and other types of hills that haven't been done yet?
Well, you mean in terms of the stormwater ponds, their
Sorry,
relationship?
not necessarily that, but with the grade. So it looked on there as if there were going to be some bushes or some trees either left or planted. Can you speak to that?
Yes, there will be, I don't know if you can read from the plan, but there are buffers on all sides of the property. And these will be either left undisturbed or supplemented with additional screening material, meaning shrubs and trees. So in terms of vegetation along the property lines, there will be a vegetative buffer provided.
Is there any, I guess what I'm asking too, is there any, so you're talking about provided, so are you planning to leave the current vegetation that's there as far as the tree? Because right now, if you actually look behind me, this is what it looks like. So right up until if you look real close, you can see the other property through the trees. So am I going to have people coming right up to my property line doing stuff, or do you plan to leave those trees 20? I see the 20-foot buffer that you've included there. Do you plan to leave those alone, or do you plan to come back and replant those?
Right now, the way we have approached it with our preliminary grading, we've tried to preserve that 20-foot strip undisturbed. And again, it could also be supplemented because, the screening is, kind of serves two purposes, screening the from development and also screening the development. So from the residential area, so that, they both have sort of a sense of separation. But if to answer your question about the 20-foot buffer, that right now our anticipation is that it will stay primarily undisturbed.
Okay.
I have a question, Don. Where the Randy, give me there's a gray line inside that 40-foot building setback.
This one?
That's a retaining wall.
Yes. What is that?
It's a retaining wall.
Okay. And
now, but the plan is going to be, just like on the first phase of the cottages, we had some retaining walls in there also. But once we got on site, we were able to grade in a fashion that we didn't have to build a retaining wall. But based on, Don's calculations, that gray line would be a retaining wall.
all right. And would that be retaining your property from going down, or from the property adjacent to you from coming over to you?
It would be retaining behind those units, those two units you see there. They would be slightly higher than the existing current grades.
Okay. All right.
We're kind of anticipating that retaining wall, might be 3-4 feet at its highest point.
And that's the type of grade that's why I'm asking questions about the water flows, because that property is going to end up being higher depending on how it's built than the surrounding area, and that water may end up diverted down into these yards. And so that's where my water question is coming from. I see the stormwater pond, but can you guarantee that water is not going to come down? I live right there in where you're talking about, right next to that property where that retaining wall is. So that's why I'm asking all these questions about it.
Yeah.
Is I'm concerned that we're going to end up having trouble. And then the other thing is, it's going to be hard to leave that 20-foot buffer and build a retaining wall at the same time, right? Because they're built on top of each other is what it looks like.
Well, the retaining wall is offset a little bit from the buffer. There has to be enough room for the workers to maneuver, but we were expecting it to be a couple feet off of that buffer so that the vegetation would be left, like I said, primarily undisturbed. In terms of the runoff, there's the natural slope of the property now. I can kind of see what you're saying, where the water runs off onto your property. We'll have storm drain structures located in the roads and in that cul-de-sac, that turnaround, that will intercept. I'm thinking the vast majority of that. So I would anticipate post-construction, you would have less water running across the property line than probably there is today.
Yeah,
Okay.
Don, this is Gary. That's the question I had. So there's going to be an underground system to collect the stormwater and divert it to one of the 3 ponds, and then an underground directing it from that point into the creek. Correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. How many drains how much impermeable surface do you estimate, and how many drains? I know it's a kind of a, the question I'm asking.
Yeah, we've done some preliminary grading, and the number, I'm going to guess here a little bit. There were probably in the roadway, I think we had probably 12, 13, 14 drainage structures that collected the water that comes off, off the roads and off the units. I don't know in that particular location how much impervious area was headed in that direction, but again, we're picking up all the road water, and then the front lawns, the front areas of the units, the roof area, and directing all of that to the stormwater ponds. We have to, according to the ordinance, we have to treat what they call the impervious area, which is pavement, roof area. So we have to take those areas to these ponds for collection.
And what's your anticipated finish time for the project?
2022, late 2022, probably.
Finish. Okay.
All right, any more questions, anybody? All right, Randy, do we have anyone else to speak?
No one else was signed up to speak.
Okay. All right, thank you all. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion?
Chairman Easton, if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion that we rezone 1485, 1491, 1511, 1521, 1610 Wesleyan Drive, that we rezone from agricultural district to PDR planned development residential district to allow 50 independent living units to be constructed by Double Eagle Associates, which if there were any, and this rezones the entire parcel, correct?
Yes.
Yes, there's no.
Okay.
All right, do I have a second to that?
Second.
Somebody tell me who did that.
Brian was one of them.
Yeah.
Brian?
Yep.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Gary Bechtel, and we have a second by Brian to rezone 1485, 1491, 1511, 1521, 1610 Wesleyan Drive from Ag to PDR planned development to allow 50 independent living units. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried. Additional use?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve a conditional use at 1485, 1491, 1511, 1521, and 1610 Wesleyan Drive to allow 50 independent living units in a PDR district.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Josh Rogers and a second by Barry Gechtel to approve. What did I say?
Barry Gechtel.
Well, never mind. To allow conditional use at 1485, 1491, 1511, 1521, and 1610 West End Drive to allow 50 independent living units. All in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, we have a favorable result. So you are rezoning, got your conditional use.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gene,
Yes.
the gentleman from the neighborhood below, I'd like to thank him. Those are some very good questions and concerns, and hopefully he was pleased with the answers that the developers gave. And I think that's an indication of the neighbors they'll be.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And one of the things that all the final details on the site planning and the buffers and the landscaping will come to staff. So it'll go through another more intense review as far as all the details, on the ground details.
Is he still there?
Yes, thank you. I was muted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next.
Next item is number 5, 6979, 7111, 7250, 7179, 7189 Coppenfield Road and 2300 Walden Road. This is a rezoning from M1, which is wholesale and light industrial, to M3, which is heavy industrial, to allow an industrial park. The applicant is the Macon-Bibb County Industrial Authority, and Wayne Crowley is the applicant.
Okay, Wayne, is there anybody with you today?
I don't think Wayne is on. I think Kevin Brown and Don Carter are here. And I don't know if Stephen Adams is on yet.
I'm here with Don Carter. We're in the same room.
All right, I see Don and I see Stephen. All right, we're going to ask that Sheila Burns swear you in.
This is Kevin Brown. I think Wayne Crowley is with us as well, and I think he just came off mute.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, then Kevin and Wayne, in case you need to say something, we'll ask you to be sworn in as well. Sheila?
Okay. Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let's see, Wayne.
I heard him.
Okay, I see his name up here. Okay. All right, who wants to go first?
I guess I
Wayne?
will.
Okay, Wayne, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be brief. If you look at our Exhibit C, it shows a wider view of the subject land in relation to the airport. And I counted about 19 or 20 M1 and M2 districts surrounding this entire huge M1 district that this property is in. The property is sort of in the north end of the above the airport. There's one M3 down on the southwestern side of the airport, but again, it's predominantly M1 and M2 zoning surrounding the property, the whole M1 district. We don't have a conditional use, or we don't have an actual end user yet. But I would like to ask Mr. Adams to explain why we have to use this process of sort of getting ahead of ourselves in one sense. But Stephen, if you would, please explain the purpose of this rezoning and how you arrive at it, having to proceed this way.
Absolutely. Thanks, Wayne, and Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you all for allowing us some time to come before you. So as you know, we're in the business to try to decrease the unemployment rate and increase the tax base. And we do that with working with site selection consultants around the country, as well as project managers at the Georgia Department of Economic Development to generate leads. And as you're aware, our efforts in industrial development have been very successful over the last few years, but with success brings challenges. And our challenge right now is product, our product being existing buildings and land. And we've worked really closely to identify the target markets that are a good fit for our community. And so we can make sure we hone in our marketing efforts. But one of the challenges that we've had, and this is property we've had in our inventory for a couple of years now, we've been making efforts to treat all, trying to get it more presentable. But one of the challenges we're recognizing is that the zoning just limits our abilities. And so we're hopeful that we would be able to obtain the M3 zoning so as to allow our marketing efforts to be more broader. But again, this is just a result of the success that we have had as we've sold a lot of our properties off. And I think, Jim, you mentioned this in the pre-development meeting. We do have limited inventories. And like I said, so just trying to take a close look at the inventory property we do have in our inventory, making sure it's a good fit for the type of industry that we're trying to target.
Okay. Don, do you have anything you want to say?
I do. I would like to share this. So this tract, the authority has compiled these parcels is about 125 acres total. It's the largest single tract that we currently own that's suited for development. There's a electrical substation on the property, kind of the northeast corner, the eastern side. We have great road access. We have a 20-inch water line and a 30-inch sanitary sewer line, and all the other utilities. There's a transmission line that crosses the property, and that's a little bit of a challenge for it. It's a benefit, first of all, but its location is a little bit of a challenge for us. We're probably, the chance we may have to relocate that, but this site has all the infrastructure in place. This is really important to the authority to be able to market it as such.
Okay, and has there been any discussion about bringing that rail line over?
We do. I left that. That may be the most key in part. So it is somewhat adjacent to the rail line. The rail's on the eastern side of Cochran Field Road, but the authority actually owns the property between Cochran Field Road and the rail right of way, and that is part of the rezoning as well today. So we rail served sites are sites that we can get zoned for this M3 zoning is difficult to find, and then you add a rail served site, makes it even more difficult. So this is a really great opportunity for the authority to have this in their inventory.
Okay, and the buildings that are on this layout here, those are just speculative at best. That's not necessarily what might go in there.
Right. These were developed at some point. We've had a lot of activity and interest on the site. So those plans were developed to show what might could go on there. Certainly not what project may come along. It may not look anything like that.
I have a question. Why not M2? Why go to M3?
This zoning classification request is really just to try to give us the best opportunity and to open the door to as many opportunities as we can. Obviously, there will still be a level of due diligence that will go into that, but we just wanted to have the best shot of success.
Can I, this is Don again, I'd add to that. So Macon-Bibb competes not only with just, we all know we compete with other states, but we compete with other sites within Georgia and surrounding counties. So having this zoning so that we, when a prospect comes to us, they're looking for a site that's entitled. They know that without a doubt, if they select our location, that it's just one less thing that they have to be concerned about. Rezoning, having the property properly zoned is very important to every prospect that we see come here.
Well, and I'd like to piggyback off that. That's a great point, and absolutely. So these site selection consultants are oftentimes looking for reasons why it may not work there, and that reason may be something as simple as an extra bit of the process they have to go through. And so we try to be in the risk mitigation business to the best of our abilities, so as to allow when those companies are looking at our sites, which is why we've certified as many sites as we can. We really try to show prospects that we have taking it down every path that we can so as to mitigate as much risk as possible.
Okay. And for the record, state how many acres we're talking about here?
It's about 125.
Okay. Commissioners, you have any questions for these gentlemen?
Yeah, I got a question for Don and Stephen. In most circumstances, guys, you would not sell this property to a prospect. It would still be owned by the authority. Is that correct?
Part of the process of negotiating some of these arrangements is that we do tend to hold title through the bonds for title process that allows us to pass along some of the tax abatement savings. So it would, yes, if you look on the tax assessor's site, you see our name on a lot of these sites, but we do have bond deals with those companies. But they tend to be for just an extended amount of time, from 10 to 20 years.
Right, but that also means that you have ultimate control over what is located on this particular site. So if it meets community standards, even though it's M3, you're ultimately responsible for making certain that meets community standards per se.
Correct. We're trying to find the company that's for the community, in addition to a lot of other due diligence items we do.
All right. Anyone else? Randy, do we have anyone to speak in opposition or in favor of this?
Nope. No one has signed up.
Nobody signed up. Okay. Gentlemen, if you have no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we rezone from M1 wholesale light industrial to M3 heavy industrial, 6979, 7111, 7179, 7180, 7189, 7250, and 7261 Cochranville Road and 2300 Walden Road. And Macon-Bibb County Industrial Authority is the applicant.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Gary Bechtel and a second by Brian for rezoning from M1 to M3 at, get back to the addresses. Basically, I'm getting there. $69, $79, 71, 11, 71, 79, 71, 80, 71, 89, 72, 50, and 72, 61 Cochranville Road and 2300 Walden Road. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners.
Okay, the next and last item today is number 8, 1182 Calhoun Street. This is a conditional use to allow revisions to a previously approved plan for a restaurant with alcohol consumed on premises, a catering kitchen, and an event space. It's HPD Bills Hill. Rob Fisher with Fisher's Fabulous Foods LLC is the applicant.
And Will Stanford is with him as well.
Yeah, Will Stanford with Britton Thompson.
Okay, let's see if I can find.
Madam Chairman, I have a question for you.
All right, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, this is Greg. I'm at the office. Would you all like for those who are here to speak to come in now and hear what the applicant has to propose?
I think that would be okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go out in the hallway and get them now.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
And we also, yeah, Mr. Griffin is here as well. Mr. Griffin's in favor, and then we have 6 people who are signed up in opposition as well.
Okay. I don't, is Mr. Fisher one of the ones coming in?
I'm here.
Probably. And
Oh, I
there's
see you
Will.
now. Okay.
And let's see Will.
I saw Will. I just didn't see Mr. Fisher on the first run.
Okay, Madam Chairman, they're all in.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yes, ma'am, they're all in.
They're all in? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, gentlemen, the first thing we need to do is get you sworn in. Sheila Barnes will do that for us.
Gotta take a note.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fisher, if you'll go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to let Will lead, please.
Okay. All right, Will.
Hey,
Hey.
thank you for having us back today. I would like to start with the question for the commission on clarification of what is being reviewed specifically. Is it Jim said that the previously approved application with a restaurant off street with a restaurant with alcohol on premises was already approved, and that was my understanding. Are we here to talk only about the issue of parking? And then there's a couple of other smaller things in the staff report we can clarify, but that's one thing that I wanted to start off with.
If I could answer
Jim,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah, so the approval you obtained at the last time had conditions, and they were the parking and working out the parking with the adjoining church property. And then you had also had specific hours of operation. So as I understand it, y'all changed that, and then and you were not able to secure the shared parking with the church. So so you're in a way you're kind of starting over, but it's mainly those conditions that you can't meet that you need to address.
Okay, that's good. That helps me frame sort of the conversation.
Yeah.
So the previously approved application, we did speak to the area of parking in terms of off-street parking. We're of course, in the Billshill district, and based on our calculations, we need to have north of about 30 parking spaces off-street, 31 specifically. And we are not saying that cannot be met on our site. We were just saying that we preferred not to, is the first item to speak with. Just recapping sort of the additional information that's been sent that would help inform this. Mr. Fisher did take input from the neighborhood, the neighborhood and surrounding parcels, and found that what would better serve, and Robert, you can jump in anytime, what would better serve the neighborhood in terms of his services would be more of a breakfast and lunch style restaurant. And so you can see that he's taking the time to reach out to his neighbors and to find out what they would prefer. Given that, it would seem that the hours of concern being later hours would be not an issue anymore. At the same time, Mr. Fisher did reach out to representatives from the church and from Mount Olive Baptist Church, and did not receive any direct communication back, is my understanding. A letter was received to planning and zoning from the church that had some concern about the restaurant itself, I believe, specifically the assembly space on the second floor. But that was received a couple of weeks after this had already been approved. The communication happened well in advance of the first meeting back in early November 2020. And so the idea was that, we would continue to try to reach out to the church to obtain parking. If we're looking at the issue of parking itself and providing off-street parking, that can be done on our parcel without any partnership with the church whatsoever. We were just trying to make a good faith effort to partner with them and secure parking in that, so that we didn't disturb, the area in front of the restaurant or beside the restaurant. One issue that did come up in the report I did notice too was the fenced area in the rear of the building. That is to be used for growing vegetables for the restaurant, as well as a place to have a mop sink or a wash down area, I guess, for mats and the sort of unsightly things that you would have in a restaurant, and to shield those from the neighborhood view. Was there anything, again, the hours of operation would be more of a breakfast and lunch, I believe, until 3:30 or 4. Is that right, Robert?
Yes.
Okay. So, given that we did look into what on-street parking looks like at this, during the hours of operation before and a little before and after. And there was ample parking on street to support this. And again, we are also supplying 2 off-street handicap parking spaces that would have an accessible route to the front entrance. So that is
okay.
That is sort of the direction we wanted to look at based on Jim's comments. So, anything to add, Robert?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. All right, commissioners, do you have any questions before we hear from others?
Can I ask, Will?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I hear you that it's not you would prefer to not have on-site parking, that you would utilize existing street parking. If that was made a condition of approval, do you feel like you would need to do an improved parking area, or would you just use that grassed area to the rear to park on?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
I'm sorry. It's actually not to the rear; it's to the side.
To the side, yeah.
Hazel Street. There is a curb cut existing, and basically all I would do is move that pile of granite that Historic Macon or the city left for me on that lot. But I can tell you that property drains very well. I've been out there when it's rained, and there's no squish to it. I don't understand why that spot still exists where that home. I think it's in a Hazel Street address.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the property.
It must never have been combined.
Yeah,
The
I don't
plat
understand.
and
But
on the tax stuff, so that's probably why.
If you zoom back in, you can see that pile of granite. There's ample space there for 20 or 30 cars.
Right. Yeah.
Is that the granite? Yeah, I see now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And you can see the knockdown, the driveway, the curb cut that's
Yeah,
there.
right here.
Yeah.
And if I can find someone to come in and grind it, I'll grind it and just leave it there.
That shows there's approximately 76 feet or give or take, maybe a little more of width there.
Yeah.
That would be the curb cut.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more comments or questions?
We had a gentleman who was in favor before we moved to those who were in
Okay.
opposition.
All right.
Paul Griffin.
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, so we're just talking about the parking issue and the suitability of the project in general, and not any questions to the serving of alcohol, because that's what I thought the issue was. I apologize. I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Yeah, that is not the issue. It was the issue of parking.
Okay. Well, in that case, my name is Paul Griffin. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the executive board of the Bells Hill Neighborhood Association, as well as its over 100 member owners and residents, many who have already reached out via email. And as you can see from the emails of support sent to planning and zoning, the community of Bells Hill as a whole is excited to have one of the few remaining empty historic buildings rehabilitated and revitalized by someone who is not only putting money back into the neighborhood commercially, but also residentially by becoming one of our newest neighbors. And so based on the many discussions he's had with us over the past 6+ months leading up to this, as far as the parking or suitability of the project is concerned, as far as we're concerned in the neighborhood, no, none of us have an issue, and we're 100% behind him. And we're confident that the location meets with all the minimum requirements required by planning and zoning. And thank you very much again. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay. Can we go ahead then, and they got
6
10
people.
minutes.
Yeah, we've got 6 people signed up to an opposition. The first one is Eli Morgan.
Madam Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for your civic engagement in this important work. I'm going to be speaking, and as I wrap up, Pastor Price may have a few remarks, but the neighbor churches have provided me letters that I will share on their behalf, and they're providing these to someone there at the facility, as they're there but did not have the ability to connect by Zoom. So they provided these to me to share as it relates to both the component of the service of alcohol as well as the issue regarding parking. Before I get to that, I'd like to just make a comment because I think it's very important when in any kind of public forum, the verbiage and the words that we use. In this instant, Jim, as he was talking about the failure of an agreement to be reached, used the terminology that the church refused to play ball. That's a negative connotation. And Mount Olive couldn't be in a position of playing ball when it was not given advance notice about something of substance of this nature, that any good neighbor would seek out and clarify, not only from Mount Olive, but Word of God Holiness Church that's directly across the street, to understand the dynamics in terms of how these churches specifically adjoining and across the street sees and teaches about alcohol, and then expect the church to accept that in some kind of way as such a close proximity neighbor. State Farm has moved me 7 different times, and I've had many neighbors, but I have never undertaken to do anything that would be disrespectful to any of those neighbors over these last 40 years. Mount Olive has been here on this property, on this Bill Hills now neighborhood, for over 150 years, and has worked with its neighbors in countless ways to do things that would improve upon this neighborhood. An example, our neighbor to the rear of us got P&Z and Historic Macon approval to totally renovate his property there. He didn't have a place to put his dumpster. He asked Mount Olive, can you help me out? For over a year, his dumpster sat on our property, and we assisted him in that property process. Just this December, a neighbor there on Calhoun Street, her house was burned down. Mount Olive is in the mode of helping her and working out plans to ensure that that property is not an eyesore for a long period of time. We've been a model citizen in this neighborhood, but to have a property that adjoins our property in the way that this does is not something that we can in any way agree to. We understand that the city changed the laws in terms of where these distance requirements have to be met. But yet, that does not change the fact that the community with Mount Olive there and Word of God Holiness Church being directly across the street is being impacted. Now just think for a moment, with that phenomenal parking lot that we built, much bigger than we intended, planning and zoning said, based on code section, you need 72 spaces. We got a variance for 10% of that for 7 spaces. Now, Mount Olive had been in this neighborhood for 150 years. We didn't increase the number of people that's going to be worshiping at our worship facility as we built the new facility. Since that property was already there, we didn't have an obligation, if we had stayed there, to build a larger parking lot. But the law required that we do as we built this new facility, and the commissioners here gave us a variance of 7 parking spaces. So my thought with this parking, since the issue, because of the pandemic, as it relates to being in this meeting prior to these decisions being initially made, is now to focus on this issue with parking. And so the code section requires that that facility, based upon its occupancy, would be required to have 31 parking spaces. Lack of that impacts those churches in that neighborhood, Mount Olive, Congregational, as well as Word of God, Holiness Church. I'll pause and read a letter prepared by Word of God, Holiness Church, Pastor Ethel Woodford. This letter is dated on March the 5th. As a pastor, Power God Holiness Church, a direct neighbor to the property under consideration at 1134 Calhoun Street, my congregation and I were not aware of the potential use of that property to be zoned to include the sale of alcoholic beverages and to include jazz or club events on Friday and Saturday nights. As a congregation, we object to such use of the premises with such close proximity to our church family, as well as the other 2 African-American churches within such close proximity. As it relates to parking, we strongly oppose to allowing the business to use street parking as the only source for patrons visiting that facility. The parking issue during the normal course of the day, especially during this pandemic, is not a measure of the activities associated with vehicles parking in that area. When we have our night services, funerals, revivals, and other special events, our parking would be significantly impacted with patrons visiting this facility if it does not have the required on-site parking for similar type size businesses. I have personally discussed this matter with our neighbor who lives in the house directly next to our church and directly across the street from the property under consideration. She is very concerned about the additional traffic and activity that's going to directly impact her. The next letter, dated March the 7th, from Reverend Willie G. Simmons, Senior Pastor and Chief Executive Officer of New Corinth Baptist Church, which owns that property. Dear Commissioners, first, my apology for not being in attendance personally for this meeting and important subject matter regarding property use and parking of property at 1134 Calhoun Street. My lack of personal presence is not and should not be construed in any way as a reflection of my position as it relates to the issue before you. For context, my father and I have been affiliated with the property that is currently leased to Power of God Holiness Church. We have been affiliated with that property and community for over 70 years. While Greater New Corinth Baptist Church relocated to a larger church, we continue to own that property and use it for our baptismal. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we were not aware that alcoholic beverages were being part of the conversation and plans when the initial meeting was held regarding the use of the property. We are in 100% agreement with the letter prepared by Pastor Ethel Woodford. We object to the sale of alcoholic beverages in a business that is directly across the street from our church and surrounded by 3 African-American churches. If a restaurant is located in that facility, it should be required to have on-site parking and not adversely impact the parking requirements currently used by residences and churches within the community. When residents are home, funerals held, special events held, there is not currently sufficient street parking to accommodate all of the needs. The assessment made while in this time of pandemic is not a reflection of the use and need for parking. Respectfully, Reverend Willie G. Simmons. I abhor no feelings as it relates to Mr. Fisher. I want Mr. Fisher to be successful in any endeavor that he has. As the building committee chairman for Mount Olive, it is our hope that if the issue of alcohol is not reversed and a positive outcome, that if a restaurant or other business is allowed to be on that property, that it is with its own on-site parking so as not to disrupt the environment that we're in now. On any given day, children from the neighborhood are playing in the Mount Olive parking lot. Families come into that parking lot with remote cars and planes and other devices and use that parking lot. There are cars that park in that parking lot overnight. Residences from that Macon housing project park in our parking lot. Now, the disruption is because we at Mount Olive believe that we have a duty to preserve and protect what we do have there. So we just want to make it clear that our objective, as mandated by our church conference, is to proceed with fencing in that property to the appropriate standards of the historic district. We will provide a way in which those families can still come into that parking lot to use that parking lot, but we will make sure that that parking lot is secured. Thank you for your time, Madam Chairman. This concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Randy, what are we doing on time?
He went over by a minute and, well, almost a minute. He liked 8 seconds being 11 minutes.
Okay.
Next, we have Reverend Timothy Price.
That is correct. Okay. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. I am Reverend Timothy W. Price, Senior Pastor at the Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church. And as you know, our property sits there on Oglethorpe Street. It extends all the way to Hazel Street and in between Calhoun Street and Calhoun Street Lane. And I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to speak today concerning the proposed establishment presented by Mr. Fisher and Fisher Fabulous Foods at 1182 Calhoun Street in our Beals Hills community, which I strongly oppose. I think the selling of beer, wine, and other alcoholic beverages across the street from the Word of God Church, the Congregational Church, the Magnolia Baptist Church, and behind Mount Olive Baptist Church, and in this very nice developing Beals Hills community is very inconsiderate. Since we've been in our new church, our new building, our building has been vandalized, unfortunately. And since the vandalism has occurred, we have increased our camera security, and we've changed the location of where we park our bus from the backside of Hazel Street to the front side on Oglethorpe Street. We are very much concerned about keeping our community safe. According to bestplaces.net, crime is ranked in Macon, Georgia on a scale of 1, which is low, and 100 to high. And property crime in our zip code area, which is 31201, is like 75.5. And property crime includes the offenses of burglary, larceny, theft, motor vehicular theft, and arson. I have a few questions that I would like for you all to consider before approving this establishment that will be selling beer and wine. And the hours have changed from on the weekends from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. But I have a few questions that I would like for you all to consider. How many property crimes have been reported from neighbors in the Beals Hills community in the past 2 years? Car break-ins, outdoor grills stolen, other vandalism. If Mr. Fisher's establishment is approved, then what will the crime rate look like in the Beals Hills community in the next 3 to 5 years? Number 4, what will property value look like in the Beals Hills community in the next 3 to 5 years if alcohol and beer and wine is sold in the community? Another question is, how many people have moved into the community because the crime rate is lower in this area, 31201, as opposed to other areas of Macon? Another question is, how many people will move out of our Beals Hills community in the next 3 to 5 years because of possible increase in crime and vandalism of property? And my last question is, what will the neighbors continue to feel free to walk with their families, their babies, jog and exercise, and even stand around to talk to their neighbors if the crime rate goes up? We have too many communities in Macon, Georgia, that have been ruined because business owners have been allowed to sell alcohol right in the heart of our communities. And it shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be. Yes, we do oppose extending our parking lot to Mr. Fisher and his establishment. If they're going to be selling alcohol, we are good neighbors. We're good people. And we want to do our very best to continue serving this community and being good neighbors. But to ruin a good community, if we open the door, open Pandora's box for crime and violence, we're going to have trouble on our hands. And our neighbors need to think about the property value and where that neighborhood could possibly lead and go if we sell beer, wine, and alcohol. If we open up a Friday night, Saturday night, jazz night, that's very unhealthy for a community that is developing and growing into a nice community. And I don't think that having that establishment there is the very best idea. Thank you so much for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Price.
We have 3 minutes and 16 seconds left.
Okay.
Okay. Next, we have John Rawls Sr.
Ms. Walls?
Mr. Rose and Miss Dickey are not planning to speak.
Okay. All right, next.
Everett Jordan. Everett Jordan.
Mr. Jordan?
Proceed.
I don't hear anybody there, Andy.
Willie Simmons.
I read his letter for you.
Okay.
And not on my list, but I believe who is at the table and had signed up with Mark, who had to step away, is Michael Ryan.
Where is he?
I do have Michael Ryan and Mr. Simmons here with me here at the office.
Okay, so.
All right. Have you been, have these two people been sworn in?
They were with the group when Sheila was doing the swearing in for the whole item.
Okay. All right. Who wants to speak?
Take your name.
All right. Give us your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I am Pastor Willis Simmons, pastor of Great New Corinth Baptist Church in Macon, Georgia. My address is 3408 Hollywood Road, Macon, Georgia.
Sheila, did you get that?
I got Pastor Willie Simmons. I can't
Remove your mask. Let's slide around a little bit.
You
stay where you
I live at 3408 Hollingsworth Road, Macon, Georgia, and 960 Hazel Street. That church was Great Lutheran Baptist Church for a long time, something like 80 years or 90 years. And I was a member there, and I went to church there. My dad was the original pastor of that church. But we believe, we agree with everything that Mr. Eli Morgan has stated, and I believe I agree with I wrote a letter, and certainly I stand by Mr. Eli Morgan on what he has presented. And I'd just like to say that we've been there a long time, and everything in that community was done in decency and in order. And that's really the foundation of all churches, that things be done in decent and in order. And what we see as what is presented by Mr. Fisher, I believe it is not decent and it's not in order. When I was a little boy, amen, I went to certain neighborhoods with my brother-in-law. We worked on houses, and I looked at those communities. I said, I want my community to look just like that community. And certainly we want the same thing, that if that community look well, we want the same thing that community is getting. I mean, from the zoning commission. And you wouldn't, most of what you see now you're trying to put on Hazel Street, you wouldn't. I followed zoning commission. I've seen places where you have allowed construction to go on, but none have I seen anything look like this, what you're bringing on Hazel Street, Macon, Georgia. To me, it's really a disgrace to the church. We're trying to teach people to avoid what you're trying to put there. And it's enticing to children to look at I mean, they could backside looking at what's going on across the street. They coming out of church and looking at what's going across the street. So we are 1,000% behind what has been said by Mr. Morgan and others, Pastor Price. We and our members, all our members of our church, we do not agree with putting that restaurant there, and that, because it is enticing to we're trying to teach our children another way, but that is a slap on the face, whatever, to put something like that in that area. in the midst of what's going on right now with shooting. I mean, alcohol is a driver of a whole lot of crimes in this area. It is the driver. So we don't want alcohol to drive that community from where it is, not just some disgrace that it will cause. So, and certainly we just heard of this about a week ago. We didn't have no pre-notice of nothing like this. So we would have been in this fighting against this sooner. But we just find this out, and I think it's not something that we want in that community. We just want it to not to pass zoning, planning and zoning.
All right, thank you very much. Randy, time-wise?
Time-wise, opposition has had 22 minutes, and so did you want to continue?
I think they've made their case pretty clear.
No, we have
Is there anyone else who wanted to speak?
Yeah.
I definitely want to say a few
Yes,
words.
please.
All right. Who is in the room with Greg Brown?
My name is Elaine Bailey, and I live.
All right. Hey, Ms. Bailey, just one moment. Were you part of that which was sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. And we're well over our time here, so I'll ask you to be brief if you don't mind.
Okay. I live directly across the street from the building, 988 Hazel Street, on the corner of Hazel and Calhoun.
Okay.
My vision of this, the neighborhood does not need a restaurant. No kind of restaurant. We got Bill's Hills, street over, 10 to 15 minutes. You can go downtown. It's everything down there that you should want. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, drinking, bars. I am retired. I'm home all day long. I really don't see 31 or 32 parking places on the street. We have residents that have to park on the street. If you notice, these houses does not have garages, driveways. A lot of the residents have 2 vehicles. That is my house that's up there now. That's my car parked in front of the house. My peace and quiet. I'm home all day long. I've served my time, I worked. I want to enjoy my peace and quiet, and I should be able to do that in my home. Vendors will be coming to drop off whatever the restaurant needs. Cars coming and going all day long. Noise from people coming in and out of the restaurant. And believe it or not, the trash ends up in the street. I just don't understand why he would even want to bring a restaurant in our area. It's not needed. And as far as this alcohol and this music, am I supposed to go to sleep on Friday and Saturday night to the jazz or whatever type of music that they play? If I want music, I turn it on in my house where it's in my house and nobody else can hear it. And you can't not tell me that if you have music in a restaurant or a bar area, that it's gonna be down low that I cannot even hear in my house. So please consider what the neighbors want and not what the owner wants. His bottom line is $1. That's not mine. I want peace and quiet and to live the rest of my life out in my home and in my neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, was there someone else in the, yeah, okay.
We've got 4 minutes and 52 seconds left on the third time setting this.
Okay. Give us your name and address, and were you sworn in?
Yes, I was sworn in, but I'm swearing myself in now. I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
All right, go ahead. Give us your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Michael Ryan. I live on 1536 Carling Avenue, which is about 4 blocks from the old store subject of this application.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so it's the proposal of 31 street parking spaces be used on the street. I walked through and bicycle through that area ever since 1950, and I did it this morning. 31 on-street site parking will take up just about all of the area residents parking along Hazel Street from the pedestrian bridge over the railroad all the way down to First Street, Tell Street, and most of the parking on Calhoun Street. So the people who live in that area, I guess they'll just have to get rid of their cars, won't they? Now, that store was built as a neighborhood residential store. It was built in the late 19th century. People walk to that store, but people don't walk to bars and restaurants in this time and this age. I think that you're going to impose a great inconvenience to the area residents by allowing that on-street parking. It's going to be a great disturbance for them at night. And I quite honestly question the applicant's sincerity, since the applicant or his agent stated at a previous hearing on this matter that they were going to be able to use the parking at Mount Olive Baptist Church. And of course, I think you know that Mount Olive had not agreed to that. So you have been misled at the least by that. And if whoever made that assertion to the Planning and Zoning Commission was under oath, then that person is subject to perjury charges. So you should research that too. But in a minimum, there should be no on-street parking allowed. Allow the residents to use their normal parking area along Hazel and Calhoun and some of the other side streets. And also regarding the old alcohol issue, which is really not before you, the code section that forbids alcohol serving businesses within 300 feet of a church also forbid it within 300 feet of public housing. And right across Calhoun Street, you had Oglethorpe Homes, and that same property may still be under the administration of the Macon Housing Authority or some other public housing authority. So that's easily within 300 feet. That's probably 100 feet away. So there are a number of problems with this application. And I think you should not allow on-street parking to count as satisfactory for the parking requirements for the proposed facility. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Randy, anybody else?
That was all of the people who are signed up.
If I may, just an addition from earlier.
We have,
one more, two more.
All right, who was that?
we have one more.
Paul Griffin from Bells Hill.
Hold on just a moment.
All right, hang on, everybody, hold on.
We were in with the opposition. We have 1 minute and 4 seconds left on the 30 minutes that have been allotted to them. The people who are signed up are in opposition were Eli Morgan, he spoke. Reverend Timothy W. Price spoke. John Rawls said he was not speaking when called. Ms. Dickey said she was not speaking when called. We did not seem to have a response from Mr. Jordan. I don't think they were on. And then Reverend Willie Simmons spoke. And in addition, we had Ms. Bailey and Michael Ryan.
Okay, so
who else is signed up?
We've addressed everybody that signed in.
But I was just on the paper that he had, they read of my name on the paper. Pastor Wolford, I'm the one that's written the building. So I was the one he read with the paper.
No, I don't have, I have Eli Morgan, Reverend Timothy Price,
Well, I just
John
want to
Rawls,
say, okay.
Alice Dickey, Everett Jordan, Paul Griffin, and Reverend Willie Simmons. And then Michael Ryan and Ms. Bailey had also signed in with Mark.
Okay.
But
Have
just
all
take
of those people spoke?
Okay. Well, I was on the paper, just consideration. I pastor Wolf at the church, that I'm the pastor of that church on 960 Hazel Street. I was on the paper that he spoke on me on the paper.
He read a letter
not
from
sign-
her, but he didn't, she was not signed in.
All
Okay,
right,
if
well,
she's
just-
not sent in, then we're gonna go on.
All right, well, just take that paper.
Thank you.
And-
I'm sure I know how you feel. All right, go ahead, Randy.
Okay, and so that was everyone, unless Ms. Dickey or someone else had something else to say. That was all that we had.
Since I
Okay.
was below on my time, would I be able to add something?
We're gonna give you as much, who is that? Is that
Paul
That was
Griffin.
That was Mr. Griffin, and also for the rebuttal with the applicant. So they had 10 minutes, the opposition had 29 minutes.
okay? Then the applicant has 19 minutes?
Actually,
Right.
they have an extra 3 because they normally get 3 for rebuttal, so.
Okay, we got 3
Yeah,
minutes for
21 minutes.
rebuttal. Who wants to speak?
Wait, they need to have equal time,
They have
so,
21 minutes total.
Yeah.
Okay, 21 minutes. That would be Mr. Griffin, or who else is up there?
Paul, go ahead with what you
Oh,
were.
well, I see you.
Yes, go ahead with
And
what you
then
were going to
Mr.
say,
Fisher.
and then I will go down the list of.
Okay. Give us your name again.
Paul Griffin. My address is 916 Park Place in Bells Hill.
Okay, go ahead.
Just to quickly, I'll try to take as little time as possible to quickly touch on the other issues that have been brought up. My understanding of crime in the neighborhood, based on the monthly meetings that we have with Macon-Bibb, very little of it is based on alcohol-related issues. More of it is package theft, entering autos, etc. Based on the business plan that has been presented to planning and zoning, and even with a limited bar service, there's nothing statistically to indicate that there's going to be any increase in crime. We already have bars on the outskirts of our neighborhood, restaurants within our neighborhood that have not had a significant impact of anything negative, only positive to the area. Most of the new residents that have moved in have been in resounding agreement with this business opening and are excited to be able to walk to a restaurant within the neighborhood. And with the sound issue, music on the Mount at Mount DeSales has not been an issue thus far, even though it does cause some noise at periods. And I'm sure that the business will ascribe to any noise ordinances that are within the city to make sure that the neighbors aren't affected. In fact, the business building in the 70s was actually a convenience store that sold alcohol, and it seemed to have done okay when it comes to, symbiosis with the neighborhood as far as that's concerned, which is, again, statistically more likely to increase crime rather than a restaurant that serves it on premise only. So I just wanted to reiterate that, as least on behalf of the neighborhood association and the over 100 neighbors that we represent, we haven't heard anything but positive acceptance of the location coming in. Obviously, the parking is a planning and zoning issue, and you all have rules for that. But that's just all I wanted to say on behalf of the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Josh. I hate to say this, but my wife just texted. I'm gonna have to pick up my son at 3:30, so I've got about 10 minutes. I can listen.
Okay.
I'm gonna disappear.
All right.
Sorry.
I'll pick up from there if that's okay, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
I would like to.
All right, give us your name again so that she'll make sure she picks up the right person, Will.
No problem. Will Stanford, BTBB Architects, 609 Cherry Street. And again, as to the issue of parking, I think that's a moot point. We can provide off-street parking on our own property and will not impact negatively the neighborhood in terms of on-street parking. And so I think that's a moot issue. In terms of reaching out, there were several attempts made by Mr. Fisher and his neighbors that have become friends on his residents at 1419 Calhoun Street to Mount Olive Baptist Church. That's a little bit, it's not completely truthful in terms of no one reaching out. Also, as a good member of their neighborhood for over 150 years, I know that they've seen several things that have tried to come and go, but they do have an obligation to look for public notices and make meetings appropriately. To the issue of alcohol sales, that's really, if we're talking about verbiage, really the items that will be sold in the restaurant, not the primary source of sales. It is a restaurant first and foremost, and beer and wine sales will be sold and consumed on the premises, as Paul Griffin stated. There are no package sales or removal of alcohol from the premises. And the idea that this would increase crime is just out of bounds. To my knowledge, there's not any concern about the E&J Food Mart that is just down the street at the end of Hazel Street that has package sales, lotto ticket sales, and other things. Again, the idea of the jazz and club, I think, is a misnomer. The intention is not to have a jazz and club in the second floor of this restaurant facility. This overflow seating for the restaurant, along with event space that can be used during business hours for groups who want to have lunch meetings and things of that nature. So,
well, it seems to me if y'all are willing to handle the parking on site, your previous approval covers all the other points. So if you just withdrew this application, I think that would be the best resolution for everyone. I don't understand if you're going to handle parking on site. I don't think you need any action from the commission.
okay, I would ask that we would be treated accordingly then.
Okay.
And
How
Jim
about
and
changing
Randy,
the hours of operation?
What, Randy?
What about changing the hours of operations? Do we need to act on that?
I think we'd rely on you and Jim to tell us if the previous conditional approval was permitted breakfast service, because I know it permitted lunch and dinner.
It did not. It only went through the certain hours. So.
Okay, so I mean, I guess Will and Robert, that's what y'all got to think about. Do you want breakfast or not? Because that's what we're down to.
So you're saying that if we want breakfast, we have to reapply?
No, you have to continue with this motion.
Oh.
You've been approved for a restaurant for lunch and dinner, and you've been approved with beer and wine sales.
Okay.
What you haven't been approved for, that was conditional upon, was to provide on-site parking.
Okay.
So that's
so let's just go with what we have. And say that we're going to handle the parking.
Okay. All right. I need a motion then.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we deny the revision to the conditional use at 1182 Calhoun Street.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Josh and a second by Brian to deny the what?
I need to ask for clarity. What is so the applicant has said that he's going to stick with his original hours of operation, or does he want to stick with his new hours of operation?
To answer that, Jim, I'm going to stick with what I presented originally, and I want to get this project started. And I thought by changing the hours of operation, we would have addressed a lot of the issues that were in hand in the community. But if that means that we have to continue this process, then I'm just going to go ahead with the original application and let's get this thing going.
Yeah.
Question.
I would remind the commission that as far as the impact to the neighborhood, it seems like his new proposal is a better situation than what he originally asked for as far as hours of operation.
I mean, I don't disagree, but that's not what we heard in testimony today. At least we heard a split opinion, whereas we did not last time. I mean, I'm open. If I will happily withdraw my motion and make a new motion to curtail the revision to permit breakfast service.
That is the only issue at hand. Am I right, Jim?
Well, the hours of operation.
And okay, and so the hours of operation would remain the same as in the original application. So, all in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried.
Okay.
All right, next.
We've got the two items that we had on for ratification, 672 Monroe Street, a certificate of appropriateness.
And the minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the minutes to allow rehab on at that address. And then, let's see, number 4 at 5471 Thomason Road, a variance to allow some directional signage at John Wesley Villas.
All right, I need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that I'm trying to pull them up, that we approve the ratification item. I'm sorry, I lost that page.
That's fine.
All right, how about as stated?
Can you see my?
As stated.
All
As
right,
stated.
all right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Brian and a second by Gary to approve the two ratification items. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried. I need
I'd like to make
approval
a
of the
motion
minutes.
that- I'd like to make a motion that we approve the previous meeting's minutes.
Second?
Second.
All right, Brian made a motion and Gary second to approve the minutes from our previous meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Brian made the motion, Gary second, motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, we'll see you live next time.
Yes.
Yep. I'll figure out how to close
Everybody
this out.
stay safe.
All right.
Everybody stay safe is right.
Thank you, commissioners. We'll
Thank
see you in
you,
2
Tim.
weeks. All right.
All right. Bye.
Figure out how to leave.
Yeah, that's my, oh, that right-hand corner.
Well, how did I not leave? Stop sharing. Leave.